I wasn't.
Okay. How are you making money?
I wasn't.
You had an agreement.
Well,
with.
how are you paying your bills?
Sheriff's Office.
I wasn't at the time.
Okay.
No, I didn't recall that.
So, you had an agreement with the Lee County Sheriff's Office to testify. Do you recall that?
No, I do not recall that.
Showing the state, page 29, line 19 of Ms. Showmaker's deposition. Ma'am, do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yeah.
You remember I came up to Missouri, we sat down, we took the day. Was that about November 28th of 2018?
Showing the state.
Yes.
Okay,
Page
and do you
29.
remember swearing to tell the truth?
Line 19 of Ms. Showmaker's deposition. Ma'am, do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yeah.
You remember I came up to Missouri, we sat down, we took the day. Was that about November 28th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember swearing to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sir. Are you again referring to page
I
19?
asked a little bit about my agreement.
I'm showing you page 29 of your deposition. Okay.
Sustained.
And see page line 19? Do you recall? Can you read that?
I asked a little bit about my agreement.
You said, well, yes.
You have
I want to object. Are we refreshing recollection? I'm not
Okay.
clear.
Do you recall saying that?
I do
I
not.
asked you in this deposition, I said, I asked you a little bit about any agreement you have with the state or law enforcement. Is it your understanding that
I
you have
see
an
it, I
agreement
just
to
still don't
testify
remember.
against Jimmy Rodgers? Do you recall your answer? You said, well, yes, I have an
Your
agreement
Honor,
to
I
testify.
object.
Sustained.
Okay.
Haven't
Need
said
to ask her
that.
if she remembers.
Do you recall,
if she can answer.
do you recall saying that?
I do not.
Okay.
Somewhat.
I'm gonna give you this deposition. We'll take a
I
look
mean,
to
it wasn't
refresh
like,
recollection.
and I don't know how to explain it. I don't remember.
I see it,
them
I just still
asking
don't
to
remember.
agree
Okay.
To
So
do
this
it,
doesn't
I
refresh
just
your
remember
recollection?
going
No.
forward and telling them that I wanted.
It doesn't refresh your
yeah.
recollection of having said that or having an
Help
agreement with
with
law
it.
enforcement?
Haven't said that.
Okay. Do you recall having an agreement with law enforcement?
Okay.
Somewhat.
Somewhat?
I mean, it wasn't like, and I don't know how to explain it. I don't remember them asking to agree to do it. I just remember going forward and telling them that I wanted to
And you
help
don't recall
with
whether
it.
or not.
Okay,
Jimmy
further,
actually
you agreed to
told
testify
you
against
there was
Mr.
gonna be
Sievers,
any
correct?
money or not any money or
Yeah.
any specific
Okay.
amount, correct?
I remember it being $10,000 whenever he got back.
Okay. And do you remember a $55,000 from Crime Stoppers? Do you remember that number?
Yes. I
Okay.
did.
And do you anticipate?
And you don't recall whether or not Jimmy actually told you if there was gonna be any money or not any money or any specific amount, correct?
I remember it being $10,000 whenever he got back.
Okay. And do you remember a $55,000 from Crime Stoppers? Do you remember that number?
Yes. I
Okay.
do.
And do you anticipate that at the conclusion of this case, if Mr. Sievers is convicted, you will receive $55,000?
No.
Okay. A moment.
Showing the state now, page 112 of Ms. Showmaker's deposition. And just so we're aware,
I'm sorry, her question.
is it that you don't remember the $55,000 from
Showing the state
Crime
now,
Stoppers, or you don't remember if
page
you're going to receive
$112
$55,000?
of
I remember the $55,000
Ms. Showmaker's deposition.
being mentioned, but I don't remember if
And just so we're aware,
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Why do
is
you
there a
remember the
question pending?
$55,000?
is it that you
I
don't
just
remember
to mention it,
the
on the porch when
$55,000
they
from
came to question.
Crime Stoppers, or you don't
The
remember if you're going to
Okay.
receive the
And so when they talk to you,
$55,000?
I remember the
$55,000
$55,000 being
Crime
mentioned, but I
Stoppers,
don't
correct?
remember if
Yes.
they said that I
Okay.
would
And
receive
that you
it.
might be
Okay.
eligible
Why
to
do you
get
remember
some
the
of that
$55,000 from Crime
if you
Stoppers?
cooperate.
I just remember
Yes.
them mention it
And
on the
again,
porch
at
whenever
that
they
time,
came to question
Who's
You had
they?
no job, is that
the
correct?
detectives.
Okay.
No,
And so when they're talking
You
to
had
you,
no
they
money
said that
coming
there's
in, is that correct?
$55,000 in money from Crime Stoppers out there, is that correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Okay.
And that you might be eligible to get some of that $55,000 if you cooperate, is that correct?
Told us
Yes, they did.
about
Okay.
the conversation.
And again, at that
In
time,
bed that night, that would have been
you had no job, is that correct?
No, I
on
didn't.
June
You had no
18th,
money
is that
coming
correct?
in, is that correct?
I'm unsure of the exact.
I mean, Jimmy worked.
Would
We
have been
had
after the
his
first
money
time
coming in,
police
but
came to see you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you had that conversation with Mr.
Speaking
Mr.
of
Rodgers,
Jimmy,
is that correct?
Yes.
you told us
And after
about
that,
the
You
conversation
continued to
that you had in
co-reside
bed
with
that
Mr.
night. That would
Rodgers,
have
is
been
correct?
in,
No.
on
no,
June
not really.
18th, is that
What do you mean
correct?
not really?
I'm
I
unsure
started
of the
staying with
exact
my
date,
mom.
but somewhere in there.
Would have been after the first time police came to see you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had that conversation with Mr.
Continue
Rogers,
to
is
have,
that correct?
Yes.
correspondence
And
with
after
Mr.
that,
Rodgers
you
while he was in
continued
jail,
to
correct?
co-reside with Mr. Rogers, is that correct?
You never changed your cell phone number, right?
No, not really.
Okay.
What do you mean, not really?
I started
Never
staying
changed
with
your
my
email,
mom.
correct?
No.
And in fact, since this began, you've gotten remarried, is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't even
You
change your last
continue to
name,
have
it's still Showmaker, correct?
correspondence
My
with
name is
Mr.
changed
Rogers
now?
when he was in jail, correct?
Yes.
A few
You never
weeks
changed
ago.
your cell phone number,
Okay, so
right?
that would have been
No.
in between
Okay.
Mr. Rogers'
Um,
trial and today, then?
You never changed your email, correct?
No.
And in fact, since this began, you've gotten remarried, is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't even change your last name. You're still Taylor Showmaker, correct?
My name has changed now.
Your name. When did you change your name?
A few weeks ago.
When
Okay, so that would have been in
Jimmy
between
took his phone
Mr.
out
Rogers'
and
trial and
smashed
today, then?
Yes.
Okay.
Recall saying that?
Yes.
Did he then replace it with a different phone?
Yes.
Where did he get the new phone?
I don't remember right now.
Do you remember if the new phone was the same make and model as the old phone?
I don't remember.
Okay.
When Jimmy took his phone out and smashed it, you recall saying that?
Yes.
Did he then replace it with a different phone?
Yes.
Where did he get the new phone?
I don't remember right now.
Do you remember if the new phone was the same make and model as the old
Testified
phone?
that his name
I don't
was,
remember.
Okay.
His nickname you said was Jimmy the Hammer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the fact is, he was really the only person who called him that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nobody else called him that. Is that correct?
Objection is to the form of the question. Objection is to the form of the question. No one else called him that.
No one else called him Jimmy the Hammer, correct?
Not that I can remember right now.
Okay. And again, since 2016, was it February 2016 you started receiving Lee County funds?
I think so.
Okay, and you've received $400 a month since then, is that correct?
That's correct.
So at this point, we're at about $20,000, is that correct?
Objection to the form of the question.
Overruled.
At this point, we're at about $20,000, correct?
I don't know.
Do you know what Mr. Rogers ever did with that ball peen hammer from the cooler?
I do not.
Do you recall if the police ever threatened you while they were doing their investigation?
I do.
Okay, and did they?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically, what did they threaten you with?
Taking my kids.
How many kids did you have at that time?
2.
And during that time, you also found out that you were pregnant with one more, is that correct?
Yes.
You love your kids, right?
Yes.
You don't want to be separated from your kids, right?
Yes.
You don't want anything to happen to your kids, right?
Yes.
So law enforcement threatens you for taking your kids away. You take that seriously, don't you?
Well, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear on the kind of on the timeline in August, okay? We were talking about July. I want to go forward to August now. In August, that's when you took law enforcement to go and help them find the jumpsuit and recover the phone parts. Is that correct?
I'm unsure of the exact dates.
You're unsure of the exact dates?
Yeah.
Do you remember if Detective Downs, if he made a video of you finding that jumpsuit?
I do remember that.
Okay. And do you recall finding the jumpsuit on one day and then finding the phone pieces on the following day? Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And who was with your children when you were out with the police all that time?
My mom.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long had you known Jimmy Rodgers before the wedding of Wayne Wright and Angie Wright?
I'm unsure.
Was it a matter of months?
Yes.
And do you remember about when you moved in with Mr. Rodgers?
A few months after we met.
So was that about around the time of the wedding, or was it right after the wedding?
It was before the wedding.
And did Mr. Rodgers pay the rent?
Yes.
And did Mr. Rodgers pay a number of the bills?
Yes. I tried to work, but he wouldn't let me.
So when you, well, let's talk for a minute about when you told law enforcement about what Mr. Rodgers had said to you and about where the items were thrown out. Did your life become better or worse for having told them?
Can you...
That's a terrible question, isn't it? When you told law enforcement that about Mr. Rodgers' statements to you and you took them to where the suit and the cell phone are, was Mr. Rodgers arrested?
Yes.
And did he stop paying the bills?
Yes.
And did you then have to figure out how to pay for all the bills?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you didn't come out ahead by letting law enforcement know what Mr. Rodgers had said to you?
Yes.
If law enforcement had never given you the $400, why did you come into court and testify today?
Because it's the right thing to do.
And if law enforcement had never given you a dime, not $400 a month, no, would you still come into court and testify?
Objection,
Yes.
speculation.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense.
The fact is, Ms. Showmaker, that law enforcement has paid you $400 each month, correct?
Yes.
And but for your involvement in this case, that would have not have happened, correct?
Yes.
And further, they did threaten you, correct?
They did.
Okay, nothing further.
Any further questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness to be retained or released?
Released, Your Honor.
Retained, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just want to make it clear. Can we approach?
We'll talk about it at the next break. Ma'am, you're subject to recall. Please don't leave the courthouse, and we'll be with you shortly.
Sorry, did I get up and walk out?
Yes, ma'am. With that, it's almost noon, so we'll go ahead and we'll take our lunch break for the day. I'm going to ask that you not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else, or look up any of the people or places involved. And so 120. 120. See everybody then. Please be seated. State you have 2 witnesses left today?
I think we have 4 witnesses left today.
Okay.
I told the court 5, but I really meant 7.
Okay.
See, that's why I have to object when numbers are mentioned. Math is challenging for many people. Just like I told the court once 20 and it was 19.
They're all lined up to be here today.
Everybody's here,
Okay.
all except 1 are here.
Okay.
But
But
they're
they're
all-
available if we get through everybody.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So the state potentially is resting today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As to Ms. Schomacher, I'm assuming it's because you're done with her, so it's their responsibility.
I think it's both their responsibility as to hotels, et cetera, and also, we had, having told her we were flying her in and flying her out today, there's no child, she managed to find someone for the children. I just wanted noted that there's going to be a limit to how she can do that, as opposed to needing to literally provide for the childcare, which we.
Your Honor, I simply need her because there is one exhibit, which is the video of her finding the jumpsuit that I wish to get into evidence. And obviously, this is not my case in chief. This is not my turn to present evidence. That's all I want her for, candidly. I anticipate, Your Honor, that if Ms. Showmaker were recalled, I would elicit approximately 5 minutes worth of testimony.
Your Honor, I don't know that the video is admissible, so as to its admissibility, the state wouldn't stipulate. But if what we're talking about is authentication, in other words, is this the video that was taken while you were on the side of the road and showing it to her, as to that aspect of it, the state would not object to the authentication, but the state would be objecting to its admissibility. So as to the portion I think that Ms. Showmaker can provide, I'm sorry,
Okay, no.
I'm done.
Okay, and they are correct. I do need her to authenticate that.
That's it?
That's it. So if they're willing to stipulate to authentication, even if they don't stipulate to admissibility, then I have no further reason to retain Ms. Showmaker, and she may be released.
You stipulate to the exhibit? Or do you want to think about it over lunch? What
We
are we
just, I
doing?
want to think, I think yes, that, but let me just think about and confirm.
Who filmed it?
That's,
I believe it was Detective Downs, but I don't, and again, I also intend to have Detective Downs.
Well, couldn't
um,
Detective Downs authenticate it?
He can authenticate that he was the person who made the video.
Well, he was
Um,
there, he saw it, I would imagine he could authenticate it.
He can authenticate it. I simply want Ms. Showmaker,
When's her plane?
this afternoon.
What time?
Now you're asking me questions I can't
Well,
answer,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
I'm only asking that because if it's no harm, no foul, you guys can discuss this and maybe work it out over lunch or agree that the detective can authenticate it. I don't see why he couldn't, but everyone seems hesitant.
I
I
don't,
don't call the witnesses, so I mean,
Your Honor, I have said, I have no, if the purpose of calling Ms. Showmaker is to say I'm the person that's in that video, and that video was filmed that day when I was on the side of the road, if that's the purpose,
that's the purpose.
the state will stipulate that she's the person in the video and that it was shot on that particular day.
you have this marked as an exhibit for the state to review, or it's the exact length of what the state gave you?
It is exactly what they gave me.
Okay.
We
So
all
we're
know-
agreed we can let go of Ms. Showmaker?
That's fine, Your Honor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. That brings me to the last thing that I was gonna bring up before I did bring it up before Thanksgiving on the second to last day, and then the last day I forgot, and this morning I forgot. Are we waiving sequestration or not? State?
The state waives.
Okay,
Defense waives, Your Honor.
okay, and that's for guilt phase only at this point?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That way I don't have to scramble for hotel rooms. I just needed to know
You know,
at least a few days in advance.
based upon the two jurors' concerns last week, which were de minimis contact, I have no reason to not believe that they are not scrupulously upholding this court's instructions.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
There, Your Honor.
See everybody at 1:20. Both defense counsel, Mr. Sievers. State's ready.
Yes.
Defense is ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring them out. Please be seated. Please be seated. I'll ask our jurors again, did you follow my instructions not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand and let me know. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. State.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 64 as a business record certification for the records that were received from Jackson National Life Insurance.
No objection, Your Honor.
We'll show it admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Beth Mitchell. Dr. Beth Mitchell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Bethany Ann Mitchell,
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Mitchell.
Okay, and what's your profession?
I'm a physician.
And when you say physician, do you hold any advanced degrees in medicine?
Yes, I do.
What degrees do you hold?
I have a doctor of osteopathic medicine license, a master in public health, completed training in internal medicine and infectious diseases.
Do you know Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We met during our internal medicine training in Jacksonville, Florida in 1996.
Okay, so you've known her since '96?
Yes.
And did you develop a friendship or relationship with Dr. Sievers when you met her in Jacksonville in 1996?
Yes, I did.
And how would you describe your close friendship, good friendship, or just a loose acquaintance?
We became lifelong friends. We thought of each other as sisters.
And do you have any kids?
Yes, I do.
How do your kids address Dr. Sievers when they talk to her?
They called her Auntie Teresa.
And how do they address her? How do her children address you when they talk to you?
They call me Auntie Bethany.
And did Dr. Sievers have a special relationship with one of your children?
Yes, she is the godmother of my daughter, my firstborn.
So did you know Dr. Sievers when she met Mark Sievers?
Yes, I did.
And did you know Mark Sievers before he met Dr. Sievers?
No, I did not.
So how long have you known Mark Sievers?
I met Mark when they began dating.
And is the person you referred to as Mark present in court today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please identify him by the color tie he's wearing?
It's a ivory-colored tie.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Sievers.
We'll let the record so reflect.
Did you and Mr. Sievers also become friends?
Yes, we did.
Were you closer friends with Dr. Sievers or with Mr. Sievers?
Closer with Teresa Sievers.
And did your families have the kind of relationship where you might visit each other at each other's homes?
Yes.
Did you get to share special occasions together as families?
Yes, we often shared special occasions.
Was there a special occasion that your family shared with the Sievers family in April of 2015?
Yes, it was my daughter's confirmation.
And for the record, what county do you live in?
I live in Hillsborough County.
And was your daughter's confirmation in Hillsborough County or was it here in Lee County?
It was in Hillsborough County.
And did the Sievers family come and visit for your daughter's confirmation?
Yes, they did.
So they traveled up to Hillsborough County for it?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Dr. Sievers?
That would be the last time that I saw her.
And did you and Dr. Sievers have the kind of friendship where the two of you could communicate and confide in each other about things?
Absolutely.
What about your friendship with Mr. Sievers? Did you also have the kind of friendship where the two of you could communicate and confide in each other about things?
Yes.
Did, in fact, Mr. Sievers confide in you about things?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the death of your friend, Dr. Sievers. At some point in June of 2015, did you become aware that Dr. Sievers was deceased?
Yes, the morning after she died.
And as a lifelong friend, what were some of the things that you did for the Sievers family?
I was there in the hospital when she gave birth to her first child. We frequently visited one another at each other's homes for special events. We talked regularly. We shared good and bad things, with one another, just like sisters.
And when you found out that she had passed away, what did you do for the Sievers family then?
My focus was on the girls, her daughters, and also in supporting Mark, and then her mother and her sister and the rest of the family. And it was not uncommon for me to visit the girls while they were staying with their grandmother, and also to visit with Mark and the girls when he was with the girls.
Did you have opportunities to spend time talking with Mr. Sievers after Dr. Sievers passed away?
Yes, we talked regularly.
And did you have, during those regular discussions, did you talk about the girls?
Yes, we did.
Was there a role that you were supposed to have with the Sievers daughters?
Yes, we had engaged in discussions about guardianship if something were to happen to Mark. And we had multiple discussions about that and talked through some different things about what might happen if something happened suddenly with Mark, with regard to the girls' well-being in the immediate time anyway, given that the family was in Connecticut and there that seemed like one of the best options at that time.
Okay, we'll come back to what it was that was going to happen to Mr. Sievers. So during this time after Dr. Sievers was killed, at some point after that, did you become aware that an arrest had been made in the case involving her death?
Yes.
And who was it that you learned had been arrested?
I learned that Wayne Wright had been arrested.
Do you know Wayne Wright?
I had met him before, but I wouldn't say I knew him really.
Did you know whether or not he had any kind of relationship with the Sievers family?
I knew that he was a lifelong friend of Mark's. That's, in that regard, that's how I knew him.
You and Mr. Wright didn't have any kind of a friendship or relationship?
No, we did not.
So when you learned that Mr. Wright had been arrested, did you have a chance to discuss that with Mr. Sievers?
Yes, I did.
And how did he react when you tell me how the discussion with Mr. Sievers started.
As I recall it, Mark called me when Wayne was arrested and was panicked, I would say, worried that he was going to be arrested next, and seemed panicked about the fact that Wayne had been arrested. And it was a surprise to me learning that Wayne had been arrested. So I was asking Mark, what's going on? Why would Wayne be arrested? Your friend from Missouri. Well, how is it that he could be involved in Teresa's death? And he was emphatic that Wayne had nothing to do with this, and that there's no way Wayne would be involved, and that this was clearly the police fabricating a case against Mark and Wayne. And that was,
Well, let me stop you
consistent
there
answer.
and ask you a question.
Okay.
When you said he was emphatic that somehow this was being made up, did he seem at all upset with Mr. Wright about being arrested for killing Dr. Sievers?
No, actually, and that was the strange thing to me, that he was not upset by it in that regard, not angry, not curious, even remotely curious that it could be possible, but definitely no anger whatsoever, even at if he possibly was going to be related to the death of Teresa. And that didn't change every time we talked. So, that seems strange to me.
Did you have an opportunity to ask Mr. Sievers why Mr. Wright would have killed Dr. Sievers? His best friend would have killed his wife.
Yes, I mean, indirectly, in that he would say, that he loved Teresa and was nothing but grateful for her for things she had done over the years to help him.
And when you say, let's clarify the pronoun. When you say he loved her, who's the he?
Curtis.
Okay.
Curtis Wright.
So Mr. Sievers told you that Mr. Wright loved Dr. Sievers.
Yes.
Okay, and that she had done things to help him.
Right, and for that he would be nothing but grateful and have no ill will toward Teresa. So, there was no reason he could give, but he wouldn't even entertain the notion that there would be a reason because he was innocent, period.
When you say, again, let's clarify the pronoun. When you say he would not entertain the notion because he was innocent, the person who wasn't entertaining the notion was Mr. Sievers?
Correct.
And the person who was believed to be innocent, was that Mr. Wright?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you also become aware that there had also been a second suspect arrested in the death of Dr. Sievers?
Yes, I did.
Jimmy Rodgers.
Yes.
And did you get to have a discussion also with Mr. Sievers about Jimmy Rodgers?
Yes, I did.
How did that discussion start?
I asked Mark, who is this Jimmy Rodgers, and what do you know about him, and why is he now arrested in addition to Wayne? And he said he did not know him, he'd never heard of him. He had no idea who it was.
Now, when he said he did not know Jimmy Rodgers and had never heard of him, did that cause you any concern?
Yes, I was concerned about that because there were pictures and different pieces of information on the internet and on Facebook and things like that showing Mark standing with Jimmy at Wayne's wedding. So I believe one of them, they had their arm around each other or something. So I knew at that moment when he answered me that way that he was not being truthful with me.
Certainly the photograph suggested that perhaps he did know Mr. Rodgers.
Correct.
Now, you said earlier that Mr. Sievers didn't express Did he ever express any anger to you during your discussions about Mr. Wright?
Never. And never showed any anger toward Wayne or any kind of anything close to anger around it. It was mostly concern for his well-being and that fact that he had been inappropriately arrested.
Did Mr. Sievers express anger towards law enforcement?
Yes, he had a lot of anger toward law enforcement that he expressed to me regularly.
So he was more angry with law enforcement than he was with the person who was accused of killing his wife?
Correct.
Lieutenant, the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. Doctor, you said you're a physician?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I have a couple of jobs.
Okay.
I work at the Hillsborough County Jail as my full-time job.
Okay, the Hillsborough County Jail, and that's kind of in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
Okay. And you first contacted the state attorney's office about what you knew about this case on November 5th of 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason, if I understand, I got an email from Mr. Hunter, and you just tell me if the email is incorrect.
Objection. Beyond the scope of direct email is irrelevant.
Judge, it's relevant why she contacted the state.
Overruled.
The reason you contacted the state is that you came into someone claiming to have an intuition and who was in actual communication with Dr. Teresa Sievers at that time, correct?
Objection. Beyond the scope of direct and relevance.
Overruled.
Is that correct, ma'am?
That is correct.
Okay. And who was it that had this communication with Dr. Sievers?
A friend of mine.
Okay. And so that was what got you to contact the state, is someone's intuition, their communication with Dr. Sievers. Is that correct?
Essentially.
Okay. When Mr. Hunter asked you if you ever asked Mark if Curtis would kill Teresa, you said you asked him, but indirectly. Do you recall that?
I thought I was talking about Jimmy Rodgers then, but maybe.
Okay. Did you ever directly ask?
Yeah, yes, we had lots of conversations about Wayne and his arrest.
Okay. And so Wayne's arrest, that would have been in October of 2015. Is that correct?
If you say so, that sounds right.
Okay. And so you said that Mark met that with disbelief. Is that correct?
Correct.
When he was talking to you, what information about Curtis's arrest, what did you have at that point? Or what did he have, rather?
I don't know all the things that he had. I knew the information that was available to the public is what the information that I had.
Okay. Like the information about the photograph, is that correct? You said there was a photograph, and in the photograph, Mark Sievers had his arm around Jimmy Ray Rodgers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that photograph was on the internet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how that photo would have gotten to the internet?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall when you saw this photograph of Mark standing with his arm around Jimmy Ray Rodgers?
Sometime after Jimmy Rodgers was arrested. Before that, I don't know. I didn't know who Jimmy Rodgers was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
State.
Dr. Mitchell, when you contacted us on November 5th, was this person who told you they were in touch with Dr. Sievers the only thing that you told us?
No, it wasn't.
You told us some other things as well?
Yes,
Some of the stuff about which you just testified?
yes, that's correct.
And the information about your discussions with Mr. Sievers, did you tell those to anybody? Tell that to anybody else other than me?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I talked to detectives, during the case as it was evolving.
Prior to November 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you.
Marie Cross.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
She's free to go, Ron.
She's gonna be released, Your Honor.
Thank you, doctor. You're free to go.
State calls Danielle Baradelli.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Danielle Baradelli.
And Danielle is with one L?
Yes.
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Berardelli.
And Ms. Baradelli, what's your profession?
I am a superintendent for the Solid Waste Management Department for the city of Albuquerque.
So you live in New Mexico?
I do.
And did you know Dr. Teresa Sievers?
I did.
How did you know her?
We were childhood friends. Known her since I was a teenager. We bonded over our love for animals and talked about our fears together and our concerns, but dreamed about, saving the world someday and laughed about how much our children changed our lives. And nobody made me laugh harder than Teresa. Nobody.
So the relationship you're describing sounds like more than just friends.
Yeah, I considered her my very best friend.
And were your families also friends?
We grew up in the same town together. She knew my family, I knew her family.
And then your married families as well. Did the two of you ever get time to spend time together with your married families?
We did. We made sure and saw each other once or twice a year.
And did you have the kind of friendship with Dr. Sievers where you could tell her anything and she could tell you anything?
Definitely.
And you, the two of you were friends when she married Mr. Sievers?
Yes.
And did you become friends with Mr. Sievers as well?
Yes, he was the husband of my childhood friend, so I thought of him as family.
And did you and Mr. Sievers also have the kind of relationship where you could be frank with one another?
Yes.
How did you learn that Dr. Sievers was deceased?
Her sister called me the day they found out.
And when you learned that she was deceased, what did you do?
hopped on a plane the next day to come here.
So the next day you flew from Albuquerque, New Mexico to here in Fort Myers?
At the time, I was living in El Paso, and I flew from El Paso here.
And so she was found on June 29th of 2015. You arrived in Florida the next day, the 30th?
I did.
And where did you go when you arrived on the 30th?
I met her sister and brothers at the Holiday Inn.
And when you say her sister, are you referring to Miss Ann Lisa?
I am.
And were they staying at the Holiday Inn?
They were.
And where did you stay?
I shared a room with Anne.
And that night, late the night of the 30th, going into the early morning hours of the 1st, did you actually have contact with Mr. Sievers at any point?
He did come to the room later that night to see me.
The room you were sharing with Miss Lisa?
Yes.
And now, how did he get to the room? Did he call the room and you went down and got him and brought him up, or did he come to your door?
He came to the door.
And he knocked on the door and you let him in?
He did.
What happened when he arrived at the room?
We hugged immediately, and then he sounded as though he were crying.
Now you're making a distinction there that you said he sounded like he was crying.
I say that because he sounded like he was crying and his body was quaking like he was crying, but when we looked at each other, I was searching his face and there were no tears, no red eyes, no runny nose. Not like my face or Anne's face or her brother's faces.
So at that time, were you crying as well?
Yes.
Tears?
Yes.
Nose was running?
Yes.
So when Mr. Sievers arrived at the room at the Holiday Inn that night, did you have a chance to talk with him about Dr. Sievers? Specifically about the children.
I did, and I was taken aback because, I thought our first words would be about the void that Teresa was going to leave as a mother and as a wife and as a friend, and or like the who or the why, the how. But instead, we had a conversation about who was going to take care of the children in the event that he could not. And then we talked about the life insurance policy.
Did Mr. Sievers tell you at that point that he had some kind of terminal illness or something that would prevent him from being able to care for his daughters?
No.
But he was concerned he wouldn't be around.
Yes, and I was very confused by that and told him so.
Then you said the very next topic was life insurance. Did the life insurance come up in reference to the girls, or did it come up for some other reason?
No, so after he talked about somebody taking care of the girls, he literally dropped to his knees at the foot of the bed and he started talking about money and the fact that he was very concerned about how he was going to make money to raise the girls financially. And he said that he didn't have a job, he hadn't worked for anyone in years. He thought maybe he could go back to nursing at some point and get recertified, but that would be a lot of time away from the girls. And he was looking at me like for the answer, because I had the answer. I knew what the answer was. And I said to him at that time, Mark, when you asked me to be guardian of the girls, You told me that there was a very large life insurance policy. You told me that the girls would be very well taken care of. And he immediately had a look of relief on his face, and he put his head in his hands and he said, "Oh, I totally forgot. I completely forgot."
So you knew about the life insurance policies from Mr. Sievers?
I did. He told me about it. He told me about the life insurance policy and that it was a very large life insurance policy.
And in the late night hours, early morning hours, so between July 30th and July 1st of 2015, he didn't appear to remember that?
No, but he remembered that I was to be guardian of the girls.
Okay, so in the months after Dr. Sievers was killed, did you stay in contact with Mr. Sievers?
Every day, just about every single day.
Now, I'm guessing at some point you had to go back to work, back home at the time you were in El Paso.
Yes,
So did you stay in contact with him by phone?
yes.
Why did you stay in contact with him every day?
Because before I left that week, after she was killed, he had asked me 3 more times to make sure that I took care of the girls if there was some reason that he could not. He also talked or expressed concern about the police questioning him and whether or not people thought he was a suspect. And so we also talked about the fact that if I spoke to him every day, and this was said that, you know, he could be arrested at any time. He was concerned about that. He could be arrested in the middle of the night. If we talked every day, then I would know if something happened, and then I could make immediate arrangements to be in Florida to get there as quickly as possible.
So if you, for some reason, were unable to get a hold of Mr. Sievers on any given day, you would know what to do?
Right.
Come to Florida and get the girls.
Correct.
At some point, did you become aware that an arrest had been made in the murder of Dr. Sievers?
I did.
And were you surprised to find out who was arrested?
Very surprised.
Who was arrested?
Curtis Wayne Wright.
Did you know Curtis Wright?
I did not. Before Teresa was killed, I did not know Curtis Wayne Wright.
Did you know of him?
No, I did not.
Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Sievers about Mr. Wright?
I did.
How did that discussion start?
Well, it started because it took me aback again because he was very upset about Teresa's family.
Jimmy Rodgers.
Yes.
And did you get to have a discussion with Mr. Sievers about Jimmy Rodgers as well?
I did, and at the time, I had already received a photograph in my email. It was a photo of Mark at Wayne's wedding, and he was talking. It appeared that he was talking to Jimmy Ray Rodgers and Taylor Showmaker in the photograph. And having already seen that photograph, I asked him if he knew Jimmy Ray Rodgers. And he said no. And I asked him if he was at all acquainted with him or had ever met him, and he said absolutely not.
So before you asked him whether or not he'd met Mr. Rodgers and knew who he was, you hadn't yet told Mr. Sievers that you'd seen a picture of them at the wedding.
Correct.
Getting back to Mr. Wright, did you have an opportunity to ask Mr. Sievers, you know, why would your best friend kill your wife, or anything to that effect?
I did. I asked him what motive Wayne could possibly have to murder his wife, and he just said he had no idea. He said that, you know, he didn't really believe that he'd done it.
When you say he didn't really believe that he had done it, let's talk about who the he's are.
Mark said that he didn't really believe Wayne had done it.
Okay. Did he ever get upset about Wayne's involvement, alleged involvement in the murder?
I never heard him express any anger toward Wayne, no.
Did he ever get upset with the police?
He did. He told me that he believed that the police were not going to find the real murderers, that they were going to take the easy way out and pin it on him, that they would do whatever it took to close the case, false statements, plant evidence, whatever it took.
This is what Mr. Sievers told you?
Yes.
Now let's double back to the early morning hours of July 1st of 2015, late night July 30th. When Mr. Sievers is telling you that he needed you to be available for his daughters if he wasn't around, did it ever become clear to you what he meant when he was talking to you about the possibility of not being around?
Yes, he thought he could be arrested at any time.
And this was before Mr. Wright was arrested?
Yes.
Mr. Sievers was more upset with the police than he was with Mr. Wright
Yes.
or Mr. Rodgers.
Yes.
Return of the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. So, ma'am, you said that you flew into town the day after this was discovered. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been June 30th of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you said you met Mr. Sievers in the hotel room. Is that correct? And you said you didn't believe he was crying.
It didn't look like he was crying.
You said you found it suspicious. Is that correct?
It startled me.
Okay. And on July 1st, 2015, you sat down and you gave a sworn statement to the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
I did.
You didn't tell them any of that, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And in fact, you first told the state attorney's office the story you just told here today in, that would have been October of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said you had a photograph in your email of Mark Sievers talking with Jimmy Ray Rodgers and Taylor Showmaker. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you forward that email to the state attorney's office?
Recently.
Okay. So then they have it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would be able to, if it were brought up, you'd be able to say, yes, this is the email that I had that I forwarded to the state attorney's office. Is that correct?
No.
What do you mean no?
I don't know if I have the original email. I just have the photo.
Okay, but you could clearly identify the photo of Mr. Sievers talking with Taylor Showmaker and Jimmy Ray Rodgers. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
You said that Teresa would never make up a false statement about you. Is that correct? And basically provide false testimony about you in exchange for anything. Is that correct?
No, what I said was that she wouldn't throw me under the bus if I were completely innocent to save herself.
Okay. Teresa wouldn't do that.
No,
Is Teresa a 5-time convicted felon?
no,
Does Teresa have bipolar disorder?
no.
Okay. So you would agree with me that just because a 5-time convicted felon does something, that doesn't mean that that's something that everyone would do.
I don't know the answer to that.
You said when you saw that Curtis Wainwright had been arrested, you were surprised. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than knowing that Curtis was arrested, what else did you know about what had happened at that point?
Not much else.
Okay, but you believe that based upon the arrest that Curtis was guilty?
I didn't know if he was guilty or not. I just know he was arrested.
Okay. But you expected then Mr. Sievers to adopt the position that Mr. Wright was guilty because he was arrested?
I expected him to be upset about it, yeah.
Okay. This was his best friend, is that correct? And you said you're best friends with Teresa.
Correct.
You wouldn't want to believe that Teresa did something terrible, correct? You wouldn't want to believe that, would you?
I don't know because I'm not in that situation.
Okay. You spoke about the guardianship of the children, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mark and Teresa and you had decided years in advance that you would be the guardian if something were to happen to them, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that wasn't something that came about after the murder. That was something that was decided on well in advance of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the life insurance policy. You said Mr. Sievers didn't remember the life insurance policy, is that correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. Had you and he spoken about life insurance prior to Teresa's death?
When they asked me to be guardian of the children, that's when he talked to me about the large life insurance policies.
That was in 2009, is that correct?
I do not remember the year.
Okay. But they talked to you during the course of events in which they were doing their estate planning, is that correct?
I don't remember the course of events. I just remember them asking me that.
Okay. But again, the discussion, the first discussion where you spoke about life insurance with Mr. Sievers, that would have been years before Teresa's death, is that correct?
It was a couple of years prior, yes.
Okay. And did he ever tell you that he also had a large life insurance policy on himself?
I didn't know how many policies there were, what the sum was. I didn't know the particulars.
Okay. Did you know who the beneficiaries were?
Again, I didn't know any particulars. Just that It was a large sum, and the girls would be very well taken care of, and I didn't need to worry about money. That's what was said.
Okay. And Mr. Sievers, he was primarily concerned about the girls' well-being, is that correct?
When?
I mean, just mostly as a parent. You said you knew him for a long time, is that correct?
I don't know if my perceptions were correct, so I don't know.
Nothing further.
State.
Since we're talking hypotheticals, your best friend Teresa have been arrested, God forbid, for killing your husband. Would you want to know why?
Yes.
Did Mr. Sievers ever ask why?
Not that I recall.
That discussion that we had about what you've testified to today, did you make disclosures to anybody with the intent of those disclosures going to law enforcement prior to our discussion?
I did.
And who did you make those disclosures to?
The family, Teresa's family.
And did members of law enforcement ever reach out to you to follow up?
They did not.
This wasn't something you kept a secret until we had a discussion in October.
No. No.
And the email, the photograph that counsel asked you about, something you sent to us last night,
Yes.
like 10 o'clock last night?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I might not have asked the right question. You sent us the photograph last night, a screenshot.
Correct.
But the actual email that you received, do you know where that email is?
I do not.
So he didn't actually forward us the email that was sent to you.
I did not.
Thank you.
This witness to be released or retained.
Release, John.
Release, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Next witness.
State calls Kimberly Torres.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Kimberly Torres,
And how do you spell your last name?
Torres.
And Ms. Torres, do you know Mark and Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Yes.
And how do you know them?
They previously owned the home where I live now.
And where in relation to the home where you live now was Dr. Sievers and Mr. Sievers living?
On Jarvis Road, right next door.
So they owned the house right next door to the house that they
I
had?
purchased, yeah.
Okay. How long have you lived next door to the Sievers family?
For 6 years.
And, well, is that 6 years up to today or 6 years up to when Dr. Sievers was killed?
When That 6 years from when she was killed.
Okay. So you've lived in that home for about 10 years.
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mark and Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Neighborly. Nothing personal, just neighborly.
You weren't friends?
No.
No? And during the time, during the months immediately prior to Dr. Sievers' death, did Mr. Sievers ever visit your home?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Several times he would be on the front porch. My son would go outside and he would say if I'd seen his dogs, or 2 other times, or his daughters was selling little bracelets that I purchased from them, things like that.
So it wasn't unusual for Mr. Sievers to be outside the front of your house for whatever reason?
No, it wasn't unusual. He was always there.
What about the back of your house? Was he a regular visitor in back of your house?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
So, in the weeks and months prior to Dr. Sievers' murder, did you ever have an opportunity to see Mr. Sievers in your backyard?
Yes, I did. He was actually on the lanai.
And did the two of you have, did your two families have the kind of relationship where you could just go over to their lanai, or they could just come over into your lanai?
No,
So he wasn't invited to the lanai?
no,
Did you know what he was doing back there?
no.
I'm going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 45B. Bravo. And there's a laser pointer up there, a little green laser pointer up there in front of you. I'm going to zoom this in a little bit. Can you see your house in State's Exhibit 45B?
Yes,
Can you point to it with the laser? Okay, so you're pointing at the tan-colored house with the covered pool in the center of the photograph.
yes,
And where's your bedroom window?
right here.
Okay, so you're pointing to the side of the house which is closest to the bottom
There-
of the picture?
There's that one, and then there's another bedroom window on the inside of the lanai,
Okay. Where's the Sievers house?
right there.
Right, so it's directly beneath your house in the picture.
Right beside it.
Okay. And is there an apartment complex that's in the vicinity of
It's
the
right
two
there.
houses? Okay. And was it normal to see Mr. Sievers on your lanai?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No?
No, never.
And let's talk about the yards. Do you have a fence that goes around your yard,
Right there.
a privacy fence? Mm-hmm. And does that go around the Sievers' yard or around your yard?
It divides both of our backyards, and it covers the part of their front yard.
Okay. And now, that fence appears to go around the Sievers' house. Do you also have a fence that goes around your house?
No, just that piece. Well, on the opposite side, yes, there's one at the perimeter of the house. There's a white PVC privacy fence at the perimeter of the house. But this part right here is what divides my house with the Sievers' house.
Okay. And when in relation to the death of Dr. Sievers, if you can recall, was Mr. Sievers back there behind your home?
It was, I want to say towards the beginning of the year, maybe February or March. I don't know the exact date.
Okay. Well, was it when you said February, are you guessing what date it was?
Well, I know it wasn't in January because my husband and I were usually in Mexico during that time. So I know it was in February, or it was, and we stay a month in Mexico, and we usually return home in February. So it maybe towards the end of February, maybe, or March. I really don't know. I don't know the exact date.
It wasn't in June?
No, it was not in June.
What about May or April?
Objection, Your Honor. Witness already testified, she doesn't know.
Sustained.
I think the witness testified she wasn't sure, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, so let's move along. Now, did you have an opportunity to, have you ever had an opportunity to speak to Mark Sievers?
I've spoke with Mark Sievers.
And do you know his voice when you hear it?
Yes.
Have you ever had an opportunity to speak to Dr. Sievers?
Yes.
Now, who did you speak with the most?
Mark.
Did you know Dr. Sievers' voice when you hear it?
Yes.
In the the months prior to her murder, or in the weeks prior to her murder, did you have an opportunity to be at your house and to hear Mr. Sievers and Dr. Sievers' voices at their house?
Yes, I did. I could hear them.
What were you doing at your house when you overheard their voices?
I had invited some family over for a cookout, and we were on the back lanai by the pool, and I just overheard them arguing. I didn't want to hear them arguing, but, you know, that's their business. But I heard them arguing. I think they were probably either in the backyard or on their lanai, because our houses are so close together, you could really, you know, I could even hear the girls playing in the pool sometimes.
And when you overheard them arguing, was it a continuous argument, or was it an argument that stopped and started, stopped and started?
It pretty much stopped and started. I think maybe they took it back inside because I could no longer hear them after the first few minutes.
So prior to them taking it inside, were you able to overhear what they were saying?
Teresa had said that she was.
Well, the question was, were you
Yes,
able
yes,
to
yes.
overhear what they were saying? And prior to them going inside, was the argument continuous then, or did it stop and start, stop and start?
That was the only thing that I had overheard, was just for a few minutes. I tried not to pay too much attention. Actually, I was kind of embarrassed because I had family over for dinner, you know, and that's not what I, you know.
Right, but the question, let me ask you the question.
Yes.
You said you overheard them arguing,
Yes, I did.
and you were on your lanai.
Yes.
Was that argument continuous before they went inside, or did it stop and start, and then they went inside?
It was continuous, and then right after that, we went inside and had dinner.
Okay.
So
The part of the argument that you overheard, you said was continuous. Mm-hmm. Were you able to hear Mr. Sievers' voice?
yes,
Or was that the same voice you'd heard before when you talked to him?
yes,
Were you able to hear Dr. Sievers' voice?
yes,
Was that the same voice that you had heard when you talked to her?
yes.
And how would you describe the argument? Was it a loud argument, or was it a quiet argument?
It was a loud argument.
And during that argument, did you hear Dr. Sievers say anything to Mr. Sievers?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Sievers say anything to Mr. Sievers?
Yes.
What did she say?
There was some profanity, but she says, I'm tired of this crap. I'm leaving.
Did she use the word crap or some other word?
Yes. She used another word.
Okay. Was it a bad word? Okay. So she said she's tired of this, and she used a bad
I'm
word.
effing tired of this. So,
Okay. And she said she's leaving.
yes.
And did you hear Mark Sievers' voice respond to that?
Yeah, his wasn't as loud. She was more loud. He says, if that's what you want to do, fine. But we'll see about that.
And then after that happened, that's when the argument went inside and you couldn't hear it anymore?
Well, our dinner was almost ready about that time, so I'm trying not to pay too much attention and get my family inside so we can have dinner. I don't
Okay.
want to hear next door neighbor's argument.
So you went inside.
Yes.
And how long before Dr. Sievers was killed did you hear this argument?
Maybe a month and a half.
So if she was killed on June 28th, you may have heard this in the mid.
Bleeding?
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know when Dr. Sievers was found at her home?
Excuse, do I
Do you
know?
know when Dr. Sievers was found dead at her home?
Yes.
And do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
What was the date?
It was Monday, June the 28th.
Okay, and so if this was a month and a half before she was found, what month would this have been in?
It would have been in April.
June 28th?
May or, yeah, like May.
So a month and a half might be the middle of May.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we tender the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, ma'am, you said that you overheard Dr. Teresa use some profanity and then say, "I'm leaving." Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever actually see her get in her car and leave after that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you gave a couple statements to law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the first statement would have been to Detective Nolan? Do you remember Detective Nolan?
Yes.
English accent?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave an interview with him on June 29th of 2015. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that when you gave Detective Nolan an interview, you didn't mention this argument, correct?
I didn't, yes.
And in fact, over the course of time, being the next door neighbor, you've given several interviews to several different sources, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so on June 30th, 2015, you spoke with Wink News. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And hold on. Following that, you've given interviews to NBC2.
Yes.
You spoke with ABC7.
Yes.
And in fact, you spoke with Fox 4.
Yes.
All said and done, is it fair to say that you have given approximately 8 interviews to various news outlets?
Yes.
Okay. And the story you recounted with the state just now, we first heard about that story from an article that was published in Gulf Shore Life. Do you recall that?
Objection is to the form of the question.
Overruled.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
That was the first time we heard
Yes.
about it in Gulf Shore Life. And do you recall when you gave that statement to Gulf Shore Life?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it in April of 2019?
It could have been.
Okay. Most recently, you spoke with Fox 4. Do you recall that a couple weeks ago?
No.
You don't recall speaking with Fox 4 News?
No.
Do you recall speaking about somebody who showed up asking you questions about Mr. Sievers?
Not with Fox 4, no.
Who'd you speak with?
I spoke with Wink.
You speak. Okay, I'm sorry. You spoke with Wink.
Yes.
And do you remember that interview with Wink?
I do.
And do you remember that interview that you said that you were terribly upset for the Sievers girls, the children?
I do.
Okay. And you said that you were going to do whatever you had to make sure those girls got justice. Do you recall saying that?
Nope. No, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Do you recall saying that after Mr. Sievers was arrested that you felt relieved?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That made you feel safe?
Yes.
Also, no, it was September. I'm sorry, it was September. Now, you said you weren't very close with the Sievers family, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you were not very familiar then with their family dynamics?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further.
State.
Ma'am, won't you have?
Sure. Please be seated. Anything further from the state at this point? Defense? Okay, we'll be in recess for 5 or 10 minutes. Hey, Anthony, can you find out where they have microphones at? Towards the bar. Do they have any towards the bar? Okay, I'm only asking because I guess my aide told me over, yeah, this doesn't have to be on. My aide told me over lunch that before Thanksgiving, someone was complaining about hearing someone chewing gum up near the front. It hasn't, as far as I know, it's not an issue today, but I guess if anyone's chewing gum near a microphone, don't do it. People were calling from Wisconsin complaining, apparently, according to my aide on before Thanksgiving. For the record, both assistant state attorneys are present, both defense counsel and Mr. Sievers. State's ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a matter of housekeeping before we bring the jury back. We had introduced into evidence 64. There were pieces to it. I'm speaking with the clerk at the break, and I've talked with defense counsel. We will label what was introduced as 64 as 64A, and the two attached documents as 64B1 and B2.
No objection,
They're business records, I renew on prior objection.
other than the relabeling, I mean, no objection to the relabeling.
Oh, no, not to the relabeling.
Okay. Defense is ready?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Can I have both sides approach? What's up, man? Yeah, so far, so good. Not bad for a Monday. Okay,
It's taken care of.
excellent. State's ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, bring them out. Jury entering. Please be seated. I'll ask our jurors again, did you follow my instructions not talk about the case among yourselves with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved? Even if you did so inadvertently, now would be the time to raise your hand and let me know. For the record, no jurors lifted their hand. Next witness.
Your Honor, preliminarily, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit Number 59A and 59B. These have previously been shown to defense counsel. They are under a business record certification and are the records from Delta Airlines.
Renewed objections?
Yes, Your Honor.
Noted for the record, overruled, will show them admitted.
May I approach the clerk?
You may.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Coyne.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Dr. Thomas Coyne.
And would you spell your last name for our court reporter?
Sure. Coyne.
And Dr. Coyne, where do you work?
At the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office here in Fort Myers.
And what do you do at the District Medical Examiner's Office?
I am currently the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
And could you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your background and your education to be a medical examiner?
Sure. 4 years of college at Rutgers University, followed by MD, training in medical school at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School. At the same time, I completed a PhD in toxicology at Rutgers University. Lastly, I did my general pathology residency at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania, subspecialty training in neuropathology at the same place, and then finally my forensic pathology training at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office. And so currently I am board certified in general pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
So let's ask about those in just a minute. When did you first become a medical examiner?
2013.
And let's talk about the differences. You gave 3 different board certifications
Yes.
you have in pathology. First, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what pathology is, and then let's talk about those different certifications.
Pathology is a general specialty in medicine, much like internal medicine. And so pathology really is just generally the study of disease. Pathologists work behind the scenes, unlike physicians who see patients in their office. Pathologists work with either their microscope or other diagnostic testing to try to help diagnose disease. And so if you ever had a biopsy specimen sent off or maybe a pap smear, a pathologist is the person who's behind the scenes making that diagnosis and then working with your general physician to help try to diagnose your disease and then, of course, affect treatment. A neuropathologist is a person who has additional specialty training in brain pathology, so all of brain diseases as well as brain injury. And lastly, forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology where we try to determine cause and manner of death. And essentially, a person who is a forensic pathologist has background training in all types of the same training a pathologist has with regards to natural disease processes, but we also have additional specialty training in injuries, and so how injuries occur, whether it be blunt trauma, sharp trauma, environmental injury like fires, electrocution. We also have backgrounds in toxicology, so how toxins and poisons may affect the body, and also the process of decomposition.
And you mentioned being board certified. What does it take or what's involved in becoming board certified?
A long exam through the American Board of Pathology. So there were 3 separate examinations for both general pathology as well as forensic pathology and neuropathology.
Now, as a medical examiner, and you said you're the deputy medical examiner?
Yes, the
What-
deputy chief, yes.
Deputy chief, what does that entail?
So in medical examiners here, we have actually 4 doctors who currently work at our office. 2 are associate medical examiners, myself, and the chief, Dr. Hamilton. And all of us really are tasked with trying to determine all of the deaths that occur in our county, Lee County, as well as Glaze and Hendry County, those which occur suddenly or unexpectedly, those who occur via trauma, overdose deaths. Our job is to use our pathology training to help determine, like I said, both cause and manner of death.
And as a medical examiner, do you perform autopsies?
I do.
And about how many autopsies have you performed?
Right now, it's probably approaching 1,300 autopsies.
And what's the purpose of an autopsy?
An autopsy proceeds much like an examination of a patient in an office, the goal of which is to, in the end, determine why this person died. And I can talk about how an autopsy proceeds if you'd like. So,
Yes.
again, as I mentioned, it's just like an examination in an office. It begins by looking at the person externally, from what were they wearing to what is their body height, weight, eye color, and then, of course, looking for any evidence of natural disease on the outside that may clue me into what I may find on the inside. In addition, we can also look for signs of injury. After we do our external examination, we begin with an internal examination where we examine both the head as well as the chest and abdomen for all the organ systems. Again, looking for natural disease processes and, of course, for injury. Hopefully there we'll have an idea why a person died, but if not, then we can go a little further and use either biopsy specimens to look under the microscope for disease. We could do special testing for infections like cultures, or toxicology testing as well. And collectively, all those results come together and help us synthesize both the cause and manner of death.
Now, when you say cause of death, what are you referring to with cause of death?
Sure, I can begin first with manner because I think it's a little bit easier to understand. So in Florida, there are 5 manners of death. So first is natural, which when a person dies of a natural disease. Second being accident, which is very broad, which encompasses those who, let's say, die of a car accident or injuries sustained in a car accident. It even covers drug overdose deaths. Suicide, which is self-explanatory. Homicide, where a person dies directly as a result of the hands of another. And lastly, undetermined, where despite all efforts, we were not able to determine a manner of death. Cause of death is what really led that person to die in that moment. And so if I use the example of a person who, let's say, died of a heart attack, their cause of death may very well be a heart attack or myocardial infarction, which is a medical term, due to atherosclerotic coronary artery disease, which is a disease of the blood vessels of the heart. And their manner of death will be natural. Whereas, let's say a person had skull fractures due to a car accident, their cause of death may read blunt head trauma, and their manner of death may be accident. And that's how you differentiate the two.
Now, in 2015, the very end of 2015, did you have an occasion to perform an autopsy on a person named Teresa Sievers?
I did.
And would you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Teresa Sievers' body was presented to you?
Sure. It came into our office in a body bag, and that body bag was sealed with a lock. And so the autopsy procedure first began by unlocking that body bag and opening the body bag, where we examined her in the same state in which she was found, that is clothed, wearing a dress, and with our transport sheet. And so we begin by photographing the body as is in the bag with clothing on, and then carefully removing the clothing, putting it aside for evidence purposes, as well as taking photos of the clothing. At that time, we may begin to obtain evidence from the body as necessary. So, for instance, a sexual assault kit may be obtained then, fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs, cultures for looking for infectious disease. After that, and all the photos are taken, the body is cleaned. Clean photos are taken, and then we can begin looking for injury. So essentially, after we remove any clothing or blood that may be on the body, we can look for injury and disease.
And so you indicated photos were taken of a victim. So photos were taken of Teresa Sievers after her clothes were removed and any blood was cleaned from her. Is that correct?
Yes, and throughout the autopsy procedure as well. So we stop and take photos of anything that is of importance.
Now, did you take photos of Teresa Sievers with her hair when it was on her head?
Yes, we did.
Did you also, was her head shaved?
Yes, we had to. Yes.
Is that standard procedure in every autopsy?
Not every autopsy, but in autopsies where you have injuries to the scalp, it allows us to visualize the actual injury. In this case, there were many injuries that were underneath the hair, so we had to remove that hair in order to better characterize those injuries.
You also talked about sexual assault kits. When you conducted the autopsy of Teresa Sievers, did you check all areas of her body, including her genitalia, to see whether there was any indication of a sexual assault?
Yes, we did.
And what were your findings?
I saw no evidence of a sexual assault.
Now, I want to show you what has been marked for evidence as States Exhibits 115A through K. They were previously shown to defense counsel.
Sure.
And I'd like you to look through those, and then when you're done looking, I'll ask you a few questions.
Sure.
Are those photos that were taken during various stages of the autopsy of Teresa Sievers?
Yes.
And do those photos fairly and accurately reflect what was being photographed at the time during the autopsy?
Yes.
Move to introduce States Exhibits 115A through K.
And Your Honor, my objection is 403.
And both sides approve.
Sure, sure.
Ready. For the record, the objections noted for the record overruled will show the items admitted.
I want to talk a little bit about what States Exhibits 115A through KR. But I'd like to talk about how with Teresa Sievers, some of the, starting with, I think, States Exhibit 115A, but if you could talk with the jury initially about how you conducted the autopsy of Teresa Sievers, and then I'm going to ask you, without at this point showing the photos to the jury, to discuss what those various photos indicate. But if you could start by talking about, in terms of these photos, the process, how you prepared Teresa Sievers' body, and then how you began your autopsy.
Sure. As I mentioned previously, once we opened the bag and had removed the clothing and obtained samples for evidence, we started the process of cleaning the body, because it was obvious that there were multiple injuries on the head at that moment in time. In order for us to better visualize them, we had to sort of remove away a lot of the dry blood that was present on the head and scalp. And so the first photo that I have here shows her forehead and nose, and you can see that there are several lacerations there consistent with blunt trauma, blunt impact trauma to the head and face. And so we realized at that point in time that there were further injuries underneath the hair, and so it was important for us to proceed with shaving the hair.
So let me just interrupt for a moment.
I'm sorry.
The photo that you're referring to right now, is that 115A?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please continue,
Sure.
Doctor.
And we started to shave the top and side of the hair, which was around several of the lacerations or impact trauma, that was on the forehead. And I began to realize that there was lacerations or impact trauma on the top of the head, on the left side of the head, as well as in the back of the head. And so we had to take the hair off from all sides, actually better visualize all those injuries. And then it became obvious that there were multiple blunt impact injuries. Palpating those injuries, I was able to feel fractures underneath them or depressed skull fractures. And so the way we proceeded at that point was to just begin systematically going from injury to injury, characterizing that injury, measuring the injury, and taking photographs of those injuries.
Now, you used the word palpitate. What does that
So
what
sure,
does
the
that
palpate, just essentially use your finger, much like you would on a patient in an exam room, because here obviously the scalp is covered with skin. I can see a laceration or a tear in the skin, but by feeling around there, I can feel for fracturing underneath, so I can feel the fractures of the skull.
And I want to go back just a moment to 115A and 115B, where we see a trauma to the nose area. Can you discuss with the members of the jury what you found in terms of the trauma to the nose area?
So on the right side of the nose, just I guess inferior medial to the eye, there are two small curved lacerations that if you connect them together will almost kind of form a circle. And that whole area is bruised, and underneath there you can feel what I call a comminuted fracture, meaning the bones in this area are shattered almost like puzzle pieces. And that's consistent with a blunt impact from a small object directly to the nose and sort of cheek area, if you will. And then, of course, above that, on the forehead, there are 3 lacerations, and then looking immediately to the right and left, there are 3 additional lacerations. All of them are very similar in size. They have sort of a semicircular shape to them, indicating a small object with a round striking surface. And underneath those lacerations were, again, as I mentioned, those skull fractures.
I want to talk for a minute about primary and secondary injuries. Again, referring back to the nose. What are primary injuries and what are secondary injuries?
Sure. An injury that is primary is directly related to the actual injury itself or the object causing the actual injury. Secondary injuries are really a broad topic, but taking head trauma, for instance, we know, of course, when a person gets, let's say, hit in the head with a bat, just using this object, and it creates a fracturing of the skull, and it may also cause some bleeding on the inside of the skull. That's the primary injury, but over time, that wound may actually swell. The brain itself may very well swell, and the swelling of the brain inside the skull is dangerous because it has nowhere to go. So that swelling is directed, the force of that swelling is directed inward, and that could be fatal. And so that's really the secondary injury. But another category of secondary injury occurs the actual injury itself. And so in the process of committing a primary injury, let's say I'm hitting the skull with a flat object, like a shovel, for instance. When the shovel strikes the skull at the impact site, the skull is a bone, so it's not plastic. It will bend inward, and then distant from that inward bending will be an outward bending that will create a fracturing of the skull distant from the actual impact site. And that can also cause tearing of the skin around that, secondary to the fracture of the skull. So those are secondary injuries that occur around that primary injury. In this case, though, I know that all of these objects, or excuse me, all of the injuries were created by an object with a smaller surface area because I have depressed skull fractures. And so there isn't that, when the bone bends inward, because all of that force is directed to a small surface or small surface area, that inward bending causes fracturing at that site without that distal fracturing. So for instance, the nose, another example, I know that this is a primary injury because I have a comminuted fracture or shattering of the bone. That doesn't occur secondarily, that occurs from direct impact. And so there are 2 ways of looking at primary and secondary injury.
I want to move on to some of the other photos that you have, which show some of the injuries to the skull. Perhaps we can move on to 115 D.
Sure. Okay. So looking at 115D, it's a photograph taken just behind the right ear. So you can see what is really the occipital scalp, or back of the scalp, or back of the head for that matter. And of course the ear. The top of the ear is bruised, and directly behind it is a small laceration. And just lateral, I'm pointing to the back of my head, just lateral to that, there's a much larger laceration. And it's clear to see that peering through that laceration, the skull has been fractured, and you can actually see visible brain, and the brain matter has been pulpified or fragmented.
And can you tell us what we are looking at in photo E, 115E?
Sure. So 115E is a photograph now of the back of the head. And you can see in this picture, the right ear, there's a towel on the left side of the head covering the left ear. And you can see that large open laceration I just referred to, in addition to what looks like 3 additional lacerations and a large abrasion or abraded bruise on the top of the scalp.
And finally, at this point, could you just describe for us what we see in 115G?
Okay. Now 115G is again a photograph now just zooming in on that large laceration on the back of the head. And looking at this, looking at the borders of the actual wound itself and then the skull beneath, it looks like this is probably a composite of several different impacts within one small area with associated depressed skull fractures, and then of course the injury directly to the brain itself.
Were you able, as you were doing the autopsy, to make a determination as to whether there was blunt force trauma or blunt impact, and if so, a number of separate impacts?
I think if you minimally, there's probably about 17 impacts here to the head itself. That's just a guess based upon the number of injuries and a minimal number of, say, composite strikes in this one area. That's what I surmised from my examination.
Now, when you were observing the wounds to Teresa Sievers, did there seem to be some wounds that had a greater impact when they struck the skull or the head than other wounds?
Yes, I do think that the wound I just described in the back of the head had a greater impact. If I would guess, based upon the evidence here, that this was probably when the head was fixed. So I would assume that she had collapsed to the ground at this point in time, that the head was fixed against a non-yielding surface. Because the injuries here are pretty severe. There are linear fractures that extend from this wound to the base of the skull. And there's also what we call a hinge fracture across the base of the skull. And so not to describe horrifying details here, but if you remove the brain from the skull, the base of the skull, you could bend almost like a hinge. In other words, it was fractured completely across. And that's the kind of injury I very commonly see in car crashes from a lateral impact with a great force. So I think here the head was fixed because it was receiving a much greater force. It wasn't able to move. It was fixed in place, so all that force is being directed to the back of the skull.
And is that what we're seeing in the photo that's 115K, exhibit 115K?
Yes. So 115K is now a photograph of the skull base after the brain is removed, and you can see that hinge fracture that courses across the base of the skull. This also courses across through an area of the brain that is adjacent to our brain stem. The brain stem is the sort of center part of our brain that really controls cardiorespiratory function, also controls wakefulness. And so injury to this part of the brain is fatal. It can put a person into neurogenic shock. They most certainly would have lost consciousness almost immediately. And then in addition, there were little small hemorrhages throughout the brain that told me that there was severe brain trauma as well, brain injury from the force of these impacts.
And are we talking, as you're referencing and looking down, is that States Exhibit 115K to which you're looking? Or
Yes,
is it?
yes.
Now, what I would like to ask you to do is step down for a moment and, with the court's permission, and show the jury some of these photos that we've been discussing.
Yes, ma'am. Counsel, you can move if you need to.
And Dr. Coyne, if you would step down, I'm going to hand you these photos, and if you could describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they are seeing in each of these photos as I hand them to you. I'm going to start with States Exhibit 115A. If you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing and what your findings were. Right.
This is now, laying on the table.
Okay, hold on a second, doctor. Why don't we have you move a little closer? That's probably a better idea.
Speak loud also.
My apologies. Ready?
So in this photo, as I was mentioning, this is a picture of the decedent laying on the autopsy table. This is now the right side of her face, and you can see here in this photo was the injury of the nose I referred to previously, the two lacerations which you can combine almost to make a semicircle, the bruise underneath which there were those palpable comminuted fractures. Right here on the forehead, you can see on the right side of the forehead there are 3 lacerations. This almost looks like there are 2 separate impacts together which form one larger laceration, and in addition this small laceration.
I'm going to hand you what's been introduced into evidence as 115B. Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing there and what your findings were?
So in 115B now we're looking at the face from above it. The hair has been shaved, and so now you can see all of these wounds on the top of the head, both the right side as well as the left side. All of them have that sort of somewhat semicircular shape. This is the lacerations, underneath which were palpable fractures. You can begin to see some of the other ones that are not visible in this photo.
I want to hand you now 115C.
115C now is a view standing in front of the head. So you can see here's the top of the head. The nose is on
Dr.
top.
Coyne, can you just make sure that all jurors
Sure.
can
So here is
see what you're
the
talking
picture
about?
of the top of the head. The nose here is at the 12 o'clock position. These lacerations you saw previously on those other 2 photos, 115A and B, you can also see the nose injury here. But now additionally, we have these other lacerations, which are now visible, on the top of the skull.
And did those injuries that you're showing, did they go around the skull?
Yes, so there were injuries on all sides of the skull. The ones that you can't see here, the ones that are on the back of the scalp, which the larger one, which is covered up here by a towel.
And if I hand you States Exhibit 115B, you were just, I want you to hold that at the same time. You were talking about how you can see some of these in this picture as well. Can you let the jury know what?
So here is the nose injury. You can see these lacerations over here. This one is sort of tucked away in this photo. You didn't see these 2 here. What you're missing in this photo is the additional ones right here.
I want to hand you now 115G. And if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing in 115G.
So this is now a photograph of the back of the head, the right side. Here is the right ear. And so you can see first here, this is an impact to the top of the ear with a small little laceration behind the ear. And then you have this large laceration here which, as I mentioned previously, is probably a composite of multiple impacts to one general area. And you can see here, this is brain material that's visible through the wound. So the skull in here has been fragmented. Some of the pieces of skull have actually been driven into the brain itself. This little tear here is what we have referred to previously as a secondary injury, where the actual fracturing of the skull caused a laceration of the skin itself from the inside out. In addition, you have another impact site just above this, and one posterior to that as well.
When we look at States 115G and we see an impact site here that you just pointed to, could one impact have created all of what we see as the large wound?
No, this is several impacts. And again, I think it's also with the head in the fixed position. And then as I described that fracturing previously, the hinge fracture. The hinge fracture courses from just behind the ear across the other side towards the left ear. And then there are multiple other linear fractures that course downward towards the base of the skull from this downward.
I just want to hand you for a minute 115B, and just on that, can you describe from what point the hinge fracture started and where it
So as I mentioned, it was course from behind the right ear across the base of the skull, which is just above the eyes, towards the left side.
Now, when you were conducting your autopsy of Teresa Sievers, did you notice bruising on her arms and wrist area?
She did. She had bruises on the forearms, in particular the flexor aspect, the area of the wrist as well.
I want to show you States Exhibits 115H, I, and J. Let me start with 115H. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing in 115H?
So this is the right hand. Actually, I apologize, I don't see the thumb here. So this will be the left hand, and you'll see there is a bruise right here, which is sort of on the pinky side of the wrist, just behind the wrist. And then kind of peeking out of the photo up here is an additional bruise on the forearm, where I'm pointing out my arm right now.
Now, I think, Dr. Point, not all of our jurors can see.
Oh, I'm sorry. So here's, again, as I said, here is the thumb. This is the left hand. There is a bruise right here, just behind the wrist bone. And there's an additional bruise on the top of the forearm right here.
To the jurors at this end, see. And let me show you 115I, and can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing in 115I?
This is now the flexor part of the forearm, which this will be more sort of in the middle of the forearm, where I'm pointing out my arm right now. And you can see that bruise. Sort of a round bruise, approximately 2 inches in size.
Now, I want to show you now 115J. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing in 115J?
This is another photograph of the flexor part of the forearm, the flexor portion. You can see there are several bruises, 4 in particular. I'm pointing them right now. Actually, there's even all of them are actually the same size, about 2 centimeters, and they're rounded.
And those bruises, are they often what we might refer to as giving the appearance of defensive wounds?
They're in an area of the body where we would call them defensive wounds, because if you can imagine a person who is being attacked, who's trying to parry a blow or defend themselves, defend or protect their head, often pull up their arms, and so you get injuries to what we call the flexor compartment of the forearm, or even sometimes the back of the forearm.
And I don't know if you were talking about the size of those particular bruises. Would they be a same size that you might see from the head of a hammer?
They were all about 2 centimeters in diameter, close in approximation to the wounds on the head, close in approximation to the diameter of the head of a claw.
Thank you. You could resume your seat. Oh, let me help you. I got that.
That's strong enough. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Dr. Coyne, if two people were hit in the same place with the same instrument and the same force, if that were even possible to do something that precise, would the external manifestation of that injury be identical on both people?
No, they wouldn't. There was considerable inter-individual differences, especially with injuries to the skin. Age has a big factor to play in there with the elasticity of our skin, but all of our skin is under a considerable amount of tension. We call them Langer lines in medicine. It has to do with the connective tissue under our skin that maintains the skin in certain tension, and it depends upon how the skin kind of curves around the body. So as you can imagine, skin curving around my head, the contours of my head, maybe around my knee, would be in a little more tension than skin, let's say, on my chest or my abdomen. And that is important because if I have a blunt impact to, let's say, a part of my body which is under a little more tension, when the skin tears, it will create a larger wound. So the skin may pull open. And that's why head wounds bleed a little more, because they do tend to open up because of the tension of the skin around contours of the skull. It keeps the wound open, allows it to bleed a little more. And so depending upon where a person is hit, they may be hit with the same object with the same force, but depending upon where in the body they're hit, that wound may look different. Also, as we age, we lose the collagen in our skin, the elasticity of our skin. So an older person's skin's a little more fragile, may tear a little more, may bruise a little more easier. Persons are also on different medications, which can affect how we respond to injury. And so there is a lot of inter-individual difference in injuries.
Were every single one of the wounds you saw on Dr. Teresa Sievers, were every single one of those wounds a fatal wound? What
No.
you would call a fatal wound?
No, they're not. No.
Did you determine a cause of death for
I did.
Teresa Sievers? And what did you determine the cause of death to be?
Blunt head trauma.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 116, previously shown to Defense Counsel, and ask you if you can tell me what 116 is.
This is a certificate of death for the state of Florida.
And is that a certificate of death that you completed in this particular case?
Yes.
And is that the certificate of death for Teresa Sievers?
Yes.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit 116.
No objection.
Showed admitted.
I also want to show you what is in evidence as State's Exhibit number 1, and ask you if this is Teresa Sievers, the individual on whom you performed the autopsy back the end of June of 2015, and for whom you issued the death certificate of death.
Yes, it was.
Thank you very much. Tender the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Doctor,
Doctor.
how are you?
Let me start. You had indicated that the strikes all came from the head portion of a claw hammer. Is that correct, sir?
It looked that way.
Okay. And I take it you are also familiar with what's called the ball peen hammer. Is that correct? There were no apparent injuries from what would be considered a ball peen hammer, correct?
It's difficult for me to say because most hammers, the head of the hammer have about a similar size in terms of their diameter. So it's hard sometimes to tell the class of the hammer that's used in creating an injury when you're using the head of the hammer. So
Okay.
for instance, a ball peen hammer, the peen portion is rounded,
Yes.
would create an injury that probably looks a little different. The claw portion of the hammer, if that was used to strike, would create a characteristic injury. But the head of the hammer, it's hard for me to tell what hammer was used.
Well, let me ask you, speaking of the claw portion of the hammer, if the claw portion of the hammer were to be used, that would make a distinctive wound, correct?
Yes, it would.
And as you're aware, a claw hammer has two protrusions that are used to pry out a nail, is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And so, depending on the the angle of the strike, you would expect to either see one or potentially two
That's correct. It would almost look like a puncture wound because the edge of the claw comes down to a fine point almost. And so you tend to get two adjacently spaced, almost transverse wounds. And also, when it strikes the skull, the fracturing is a little different too. Sometimes you'll see two almost puncture wounds in the skull.
And when we think of striking wounds in a vacuum, we tend to think that every strike is perfectly perpendicular.
Yeah.
In practice, is that usually the case?
No, that is not the case.
Okay. And typically, there are glancing blows or angled blows. And would that account for the crescent-shaped wounds?
Yes. So, well, when most persons strike with the hammer, I mean, in theory, you should use mostly your wrist and strike with the flat portion of the head of the hammer if you're driving a nail into a surface. But many of us sort of come downward, and so, yes, we'll strike with one edge of that head as opposed to the whole flat face.
And Doctor, you've had several autopsies you've performed where the decedent was killed with a hammer, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How many to date have you performed where
With a hammer, I've worked on 3 cases.
Okay.
Where they use a hammer. I've had tons of blunt head trauma with various objects, but 3 with a hammer.
And would I be correct in saying that every individual has a different and distinct way of swinging a hammer?
Most likely true, yeah.
Okay. And as you said, typically when you're driving a nail, you want to drive from the wrist.
Yep, from the elbow and wrist.
But there is some elbow, and even to some extent, if you're really thrusting, there would be some shoulder involvement. Is that correct?
Shoulder, as well as torso, core muscles, things of that nature, yeah.
And part of the, tell me if you agree with this, basic physics says that force is mass times acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
And the way a hammer accelerates is typically in an arc if it's with a swing. Is that correct?
Yeah, depending upon who's swinging it, but yes, usually there is an arc to it, especially if a person is swinging that hammer.
Okay. And if we're using an arc that puts our body in kind of the position of using our arms like a lever, would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. And would you further agree that the longer your arm, the more power you can generate on a centrifugal type of swing?
True, and also in this case, it's also muscularity too. We're talking about the ability to accelerate that weight through space. And so a person who also has greater muscle mass, greater nerve conduction velocity, can move that weight through space. That would also increase, the force just based upon that simple equation you mentioned.
And you talked about the difference between a strike from a non-fixed position versus when an object is up against a fixed surface. Is that correct? So, Doctor, if I were to hold a board in my hand and try and hammer a nail into the board that I'm holding, would that be easier or more difficult than if I sat the board down on something?
Much more difficult.
Okay. And further, and I know you did the autopsy, but on your educated guess, would that fixed position be the ground?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the question. I think it's ambiguous. Are we talking about the sample board on the podium? Are we talking about the autopsy?
I'll let counsel rephrase.
Thank you. During the autopsy, was it your educated guess, your belief, that the fixed position was most likely Dr. Sievers' head while she was face down on the floor?
It would be my assumption, yes. Although, I can't say it wasn't up against the wall or, but
okay.
My opinion would be yeah, based upon the scene.
And you also said that the major contusion, was this the occipital lobe right back here?
Well, the occipital lobe is in the back of the head.
Okay. And the major contusion to the occipital lobe, you said that was the product of multiple strikes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it likely that when we see the photos, the first couple, we see that the strikes are spread out all around the scalp.
Yes.
Do you account some of that, I guess, disparity or some of that inaccuracy due to movement?
Sure.
Okay.
It's quite possible, yeah. I mean, whenever a person is getting struck, whether it be shot at with a gun or even struck with a blunt object, tends to be a body in motion.
Okay. And is it also fair to say that when we see the major wound in the back of the head, we see, I don't want to call them precise blows, but we have blows that are very close in where they landed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any evidence that the claw portion of the hammer was used to inflict any of the blows in the occipital lobe?
I did not.
Okay. And so, doctor, is it your opinion that the brain matter, and I apologize if I'm getting graphic here,
Sure.
but that brain matter started to protrude through the skull during the assault?
Most likely, there wasn't, so even after a person dies, you will still have some swelling that occurs in the brain. I mean, although the heart may stop beating, cellular processes still occur. And so maintaining a volume within a cell still changes. And so you will have some changes. And so when you have now a void, meaning the hole in the skull, the brain can move into that. And even during the process of the attack, or if, let's say if the person was still alive for a minute afterwards, you may get a little bit of a edema or swelling. But I do think that the brain material was coming out as a result of the actual the impact trauma, because as I mentioned over there, you have some skull fragments that were pushed into the actual brain matter themselves, and so that was causing small fragmentation and tearing of the brain and allowing it to sort of come free from its normal positioning.
And sir, if we have an object, in this case it would be a hammer,
Mm-hmm.
coming down into that brain matter,
Yeah.
you're generally aware of what we call displacement, is that correct?
Yeah.
What's displacement?
Well, I mean, if, for instance, in a water, if you have a bucket filled with water and you place a ball in that water, you have to account for the volume of that ball. And so an equal amount of water, consistent with the volume of the ball, will be displaced out of that bucket.
Okay.
So the brain is no different, but it's a little bit different than just displacement. The brain itself isn't fixed really inside the skull. The brain moves. We have a thin space that surrounds the brain, and that allows the brain to move ever so subtly within the head. During trauma, what happens is you have linear motion of the brain, because the force, for instance, hitting the back of the brain will cause the brain to move forward, to slam into the front of the skull, and an equal and opposite force will cause the brain to come back. And you have rotational movement also around the axis of the brainstem.
And that process you described right there, is that what we would typically think of when a concussion happens?
Yes.
Okay. But going back to what I was talking about earlier, when the hammer would have been driven down into the skull, it would have had to have displaced some brain matter, correct?
Sure.
And when it is pulled back out for another swing, that matter had to go somewhere, is that correct?
Well, sure. I mean, you can see in the picture that there is brain matter outside of the wound itself on the actual skin. But when I looked at that too, there was also transport of the body. There was also, don't forget that that area is covered in hair too. And when the hammer's striking, it's driving in. It very well could pick up transfer. I don't know if it did or didn't, but it's quite possible that it could.
Okay. And hold on just a second, doctor. The in your experience, a hammer is most typically a weapon of convenience. Is that correct?
Objection as to relevancy. And objection outside the scope of this witness's knowledge.
Overruled.
Doctor, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask that again.
Sure.
In your experience, a hammer is most often a weapon of convenience, is that correct?
In the cases I have performed, it was, yes.
Okay. And would you say that a hammer is an efficient way of effectuating the death of a human being?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it can deliver a significant injury.
Okay. If delivered the correct way, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so we talked about this area here in the back of the skull. We called it the occipital lobe, is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually the injury kind of spanned both the parietal and occipital lobe, to be specific, but yeah, it was.
Okay. And so this part of the brain back here, just above our spinal cord, what's that part called?
The part of the brain just above the spinal cord?
Yeah.
Well, it's the brain stem that you're referring to.
And up above that, though, just up above that.
You have the diencephalon, which is
So you have
the diencephalon, which is really the structure that is comprised of the deep nuclei of the brain. That's surrounded by white matter that creates the lobes of the brain, so parietal and occipital lobes.
And what portion of the brain controls most of our involuntary bodily functions?
Brainstem.
Okay, right back here.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of motor programs that coordinate through various areas of our brain. I mentioned the diencephalon, things that allow us to operate sort of without having to think about it. I'm sure many of you guys have driven to work and forgot you even drove to work. So there are many areas of the brain that actually can take on involuntary function, learn involuntary.
Well, let me ask
But
you this.
you're referring to specifically like breathing and...
Right now, do you have a belief that your liver is working?
Yes.
Okay.
I hope
Are
so.
you thinking about your liver working right now?
No.
Okay. Given what you saw, can you tell me, from the photographs, from your examination, how many assailants attacked Dr. Sievers?
I cannot.
Okay. Doctor, can you definitively say that there was more than one hammer used?
I cannot.
And doctor, you said you came up with a number of 17 impacts. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And doctor, I don't think we ever asked this. What date did you perform this autopsy?
June 30th, 2015.
I'm sorry?
June 30th, 2015.
June 30th, 2015.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you conduct your autopsies, are you you're photographing, you're documenting,
Yes.
and you're also communicating with law enforcement. Is that
I am,
correct?
yes.
You talked about primary versus secondary injuries. And doctor, most of the observable injuries in these photographs were, would you agree with me, they were the primary injuries?
Yes.
Okay. What, if any, secondary injuries did you notice?
Minimal. Just for instance, I pointed to a tear or a laceration on the occipital scalp, which was adjacent to that large laceration and fracture that I think occurred due to fracturing of the bone and then tearing of the skin.
Okay.
But most of all the injuries were primary, as far as I could tell.
Did any of the secondary injuries contradict or tend to be, I guess, antagonistic or in opposition to this idea that one hammer was used?
No.
Okay. And from your autopsy, is it possible for you to tell us how tall the assailants were, how much the assailants weighed?
No.
Okay. Dr. Coyne, thank you so much.
Thank you.
State.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Coyne, the secondary injuries didn't contradict the idea that 2 hammers were used either, did they?
No, did not.
In fact, the injuries don't give you any insight as to whether it's 1 hammer, 2 hammer, or 5 hammers that were used.
No, does not.
Would you spell for our court reporter diencephalon?
Diencephalon, sure. D-I-E-N-C-E-P-H-A-L-O-N. Sorry about that.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, defense?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness to be retained or released?
Witness to be released, Your Honor.
Dr. Coyne may be released.
Oh,
Thank you, doctor. You're free to go.
Thank you, guys.
Present these exhibits 115A through which have been introduced into evidence to our clerk. And at this point, Your Honor, the state having confirmed with the clerk the introduction of its exhibits, the state rests.
State having rested, there's a few matters we have to take care of outside of your presence. I'm going to instruct you still, even at this point, not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else or look up any of the people or places involved, and we'll be with you momentarily. Please be seated. Motions.
Yes. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to make a motion for judgment of acquittal as to both first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. I want to address each one. There is some overlap, but there is one specific argument that I am going to make with respect to conspiracy to commit murder. And, Your Honor, I suppose I'll start there. Your Honor, the indictment for the conspiracy to commit murder, as Your Honor read to the jury, stated that Mark Sievers and Jimmy Rodgers and Curtis Wright confederated with one another. And it was pled in the conjunctive, meaning and, as opposed to the disjunctive, which is or. So, Your Honor, we have to then, hold on just a second. I'm going to direct the court to Florida Statute 775.021, Rules of Construction. And the Rules of Construction, which is a codified version of the Rule of Lenity, states that the provisions of this code and offenses defined by other statutes shall be strictly construed when the language is susceptible of differing construction. It shall be construed most favorably to the accused. And, Your Honor, in looking at Mara v. State 97 970 Southern 2nd, 475 Florida 50 CA 2007, and Demus, D-E-M-U-S v. Florida. And Your Honor, with this one, it is, it's at number 4D17-3497. This is a 4th DCA case from 2019. And Your Honor, it has not officially been published. However, my review of the 4th DCA opinions shows that a mandate was issued on or about November 1st of 2019 in this case, making this a final order. And so although it doesn't have a recording number, Your Honor, this is a final order, and mandate has been issued as of November 1st. And Your Honor, these both tend to say that when we look at the words of an information, or in this case an indictment, we must construe it literally. And in that, this conspiracy was completely pled in the conjunctive. We have heard no evidence that Mark Sievers in any way conspired with Jimmy Ray Rodgers, or that Jimmy Ray Rodgers conspired with Mark Sievers. If we take everything that the state has presented at face value, without weighing the evidence, the Curtis Wainwright said, no, I never told Mark about Jimmy, and Jimmy only kind of found out about Mark. Accordingly, Your Honor, that a JOA, or a judgment of acquittal, must be granted in that the indictment came down in that in order to get past an argument for judgment of acquittal, in order to put on a prima facie case, Mark Sievers must have conspired with Jimmy Ray Rodgers in addition to Curtis Wainwright, which didn't happen. Now, moving on to both cases, Your Honor, I'm invoking the circumstantial evidence rule. The only evidence, the only direct evidence that we have that there was any conspiracy and that Mr. Sievers was in any way or shape or manner involved came from Curtis Wainwright. Mr. Wright, a 5-time convicted felon who was offered an advantageous plea deal, who has had multiple inconsistent statements, and he himself got up there and said that he lied on several occasions in this case, is of no value, Your Honor. This person is making self-serving statements at best. There is insufficient, substantial, competent evidence to convict Mr. Sievers of either the conspiracy to commit a first-degree murder, or in fact the first-degree murder itself. I understand that this was pled under the principal theory, but when we review the witnesses, we've heard 2 separate witnesses speak about taking a Hyundai Elantra from Arizona to Florida. We've heard witnesses talk about Mr. Wright and Mr. Rodgers' cell phone use. We have heard evidence of shopping at Walmart and going to a racetrack and a Circle K. We have heard that this murder was created or done with hammers just now by Dr. Coyne, who, well, he didn't say it was done with the hammers. He said it was consistent with that manner actually the manner would be a homicide, but the cause of death would be a blunt force trauma via hammer. And so when we talk about competent testimony or competent evidence, Your Honor, we're at a loss in this case. We do not have competent evidence. We have self-serving evidence. We don't have competent evidence. And I keep going back to this, Judge, the only evidence of a conspiracy came from the lips of Curtis Wainwright. No one else got up there and said, Mark Sievers hired Wayne and hired Jimmy Ray Rodgers to murder his wife. Your Honor, the state's evidence is not actually inconsistent with a reasonable theory of innocence. And Judge, the reasonable theory of innocence is that this is something that Mr. Wright took upon himself, and possibly his wife, who, as we know, had a prepaid phone. And Your Honor, it would stand to reason that if Miss Wright has a prepaid phone for no purpose that is inconsistent with lawful behavior, then that same reasoning would also apply to Mr. Sievers. There was never going to be any forensic evidence linking Mr. Sievers to the death of Dr. Teresa Sievers. It was well established that Mark Sievers was in New York and Connecticut at the time of this murder. In fact, it was so well established that we weren't even required to file a notice of alibi. This was simply the evidence. Your Honor, I would again urge the court to grant judgment of acquittal for the aforestated reasons, both on the conspiracy and under both theories of judgment of acquittal that I mentioned, for the conspiracy, for the insufficiency of the indictment, and also, Your Honor, for first-degree murder. Thank you.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court is aware, at a motion for judgment of acquittal, the court must regard all facts that have been introduced in evidence as admitted by the defendant and must indulge every reasonable inference to the state. It should not be granted unless there is no view of the evidence. And in fact, there is direct evidence in this case. It is not a circumstantial case. The case law clearly supports that. In fact, Looney versus State at 803 Southern 2nd, 656, a Florida Supreme Court case out of 2001, says that a co-defendant's testimony is direct evidence. As the court knows, direct evidence is evidence that requires only the inference that what the witness said is true in order to support a material fact. Curtis Wainwright testified that this was a conspiracy. It involved Mark Sievers. He brought in Jimmy Ray Rodgers to it, and upon Jimmy Ray Rodgers agreeing to be a part of this, then ended up proceeding and buying the actual prepaid burner phone in which he and Mark Sievers commenced their communication. So there is substantial evidence. It is direct evidence. This is not a case that's under a circumstantial evidence standard of law. As to the conspiracy count, it is sufficient in this case to establish that there was the agreement. And what I want to point out to the court is, and I think this is there's a Newcomb case that's just recently come out. It's NEWCOMB versus State. It's a 2009 Westlaw 4249634. It cites within it some other cases, including Vasquez versus State, which is at 111 Southern 3rd, 273, not 2000. 111 Southern 3rd, 273 out of the 2nd DCA in 2013. And it says that a defendant may be found guilty of conspiracy if he had knowledge of the essential objective and voluntarily became a part of it, even if he lacked knowledge of all the details of the conspiracy or played only a minor role in the total operation. And when we talk about Jimmy Ray Rodgers, it is clear he was, through the state's evidence that has been presented, that he played some role. We can call it minor, we can call it major, but it does not matter in order to meet the standard for motion of judgment of acquittal. The state has produced the evidence necessary. And, you know, we can look further to what the indictment says, Your Honor, to the conspiracy count, as well as the jury instruction. The indictment says, unlawfully agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with each other and. So that the plain language that was presented in the indictment is not that all three must be in a cluster talking, but that all three must have participated in this conspiracy. And as the court is aware, conspiracies can be a group, conspiracies can be a line where one person becomes the middle person in a conspiracy. And as the jury instruction for criminal conspiracy states in 5.3, to an agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit murder may be expressed in any particular words. It is not, let me read it precisely, Your Honor. It is not necessary